I'm just waiting for the signal to say we're live.
All right.
Okay, we're good to go, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening and welcome to our closed session portion of the City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. I will call this meeting to order at 5:03. Can I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Lara?
Here. All right, all in our places with bright, shiny faces. In response to Riverside County advancing to the red tier, which allows for indoor gatherings with modifications, this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any of the comments to the city's clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided at the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any written or call-in comments?
I have no written comments. Do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers on the line, Nicole.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinkney, can you please read the items for closed session discussion?
Yes, Your Honor. There are two items. Item number one is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives are City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employer organizations are the Beaumont Police Officers Association and the SEIU. The second item is conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as portions of APNs 418-190-004, 418-190-005, and 418-190-006. The agency negotiator is the city manager, Todd Parton, or his designee. The negotiating parties are the city of Beaumont and Orem Capital. Under negotiation are price and terms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinkney. I appreciate that. So with that, we will adjourn to closed session at 5:05 p.m. You like that, huh?
Doesn't even put a dent in.
Good evening and welcome back out of closed session. We will go ahead and begin our, sorry. We're back from closed session. Mr. Pinckney, can you go ahead and report out?
Yes, Your Honor. Item number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. Employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association, and the SEIU. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item number 2 was conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as portions of APNs 418-190, 004, 005, and 006. The agency negotiator, the city manager Todd Parton or his designee, the negotiating party City of Beaumont, and Orem Capital under negotiation were price and terms. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. So with that brings us to regular session on this Tuesday, March 16th. And with that, I will call the meeting to order at 6:38. Nicole, can I please have a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Lara?
Here. Councilmember Santos, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Love to. Okay, put your hand on the heart and start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Santos. I would like to make one adjustment to the agenda, Nicole. Go ahead and remove item number 18, please. And with that, we will go ahead and start with our public comment period. In response to Riverside County advancing to the red tier, which allows for indoor gathering with modifications, this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided at the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any public comments on non-agendized items?
Yes, I do have a written comment that was emailed in.
Thank you. Will you please read that
This
into
is
the record?
This is from Ann Connors, and she wrote, "The last time I was here, I was 78 years old with a 12-year-old indoor cat. At the time, I told the council that I was inundated with cats due to my neighbor leaving food out for any cat to have. I explained that I was unable to defend myself due to my age and physical impairments. I am now 82 with a 2-year-old indoor cat, obviously less able. Just as a revision to the city codes was being made to help me by forbidding this practice, a group of activists appeared and stopped it. Councilmember White was on council at the time. The meeting ended with a plan for the city to meet with the activists so that they could be alerted before cats are picked up so that they could rescue them. This has begun again. I have feces under my windows and my doors are being sprayed, and my cat is being harassed as he sits in the window. I worry about the birds who come to my feeders. I emailed police chief who gave my mail to animal control. I asked what I was supposed to do under the new plan. Neither of them told me, and animal control told me to rent a trap and trap the cats, which is where I started the first time. I emailed Mr. White, but do not know if he saw my email. Since the neighbor at 821 Elm would continue to feed the cats, this would be continuous for my entire life. I pay more people than a month's income over the space of a year to do everything outdoors, mowing, trimming, feeding birds, moving trash bins back and forth, etc. Now I am supposed to do this job and pay the city for the privilege I cannot do it. There are 2 city codes he is violating. There's no consequence for the violation, even though there would be, and one code states that there are. The 2 codes are 6.02.080 and 6.04.050. Neither code requires that he be the owner of the cats. Please help. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I have no other written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. Thank you very much for that comment, Nicole. Appreciate that. It brings us to consent items. Are there any items that we need to pull for discussion? If there are none, I will consider a motion.
Mayor, I'll move that we approve on consent calendar items number 1 through 5.
I'll second. Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Okay. Brings us to action item number 6, council appointment to the Finance and Audit Committee. Staff report by Mr. Cole.
The Beaumont Finance and Audit Committee currently has 1 vacancy on the committee as the resident business owner representative. The city has received 1 application, and it has been verified to meet the criteria for the resident business owner seat. The eligible application has been attached for review and consideration, and the applicant is also on this Zoom call should you want to ask any questions. Recommendation is to consider the appointment of Cesar Marufo to the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Nicole. Do we have any public comment on this item, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line.
Okay. Does anybody on council wish to discuss?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we appoint Cesar Marufo to the Finance and Audit Committee. Or Cesar, I'm not sure.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second it.
Yeah, that, Nicole.
Yes.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Thank you very much. That brings us to action item number 7, fiscal year 2021 general fund and PEG fund budget adjustments and allocation of unassigned general fund reserves, one-time allocation. Staff report by Mr. Jeff Mollenkamp.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Council, appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight. What you have before you is really a twofold request for consideration. The first, as the mayor mentioned, is the budget adjustments. As you probably recall, back in November, we made our first set of budget adjustments for fiscal year 21, the one we're in currently. And now this is the second set of adjustments we're asking you to consider. And what we're really trying to do is kind of get your budget a little closer to what reality is in some cases, and also to make sure that we don't have any departments that are going to exceed their budgets. And so we have a few adjustments that I'll walk through. The second part of the request in this agenda item is a consideration by the council to allocate, if you will, some of the unassigned general fund dollars to specific projects and to set it aside for some other purposes. And I'll be detailing what that request includes. I'll start off with the budget adjustments. And what we're doing, as the mayor mentioned in the agenda, is we're asking you to consider some adjustments in your general fund, which is where the most of the operations of the city occur. And then also the PEG, which is a small fund that we get resources to really do some of our media things that we do, broadcasting the council agendas, things of that nature. So I'll start off with the general fund adjustments, and I'm going through your staff report. And really the general things we're adjusting in order to kind of get your budget a little closer to what we think reality is going to be is to consider another bump up in your sales tax revenues. We are currently seeing that we are achieving even higher levels than we thought we were going to be last November. And so we're asking for you to consider of another $650,000 increase in those revenues. And that'll bring us a lot closer to what I think the ending year totals are going to be. The second piece is the motor vehicle in lieu tax. And as the council, we talked about sometimes in the past, this really kind of rides along with your property tax for the most part. Our first payment, this comes in 2 equal payments. The first payment came in a bit higher than we thought. And so we're again asking you to consider a bump up of about $400,000. The last piece is a grant that the police department was just awarded. And later on, you'll see that we're requesting to be able to actually spend those dollars. But this is in the amount of $26,800. And this is from an offshoot of the Bureau of Justice Assistance. And this is to purchase some equipment that's necessary for handling narcotics. And the chief can speak to that much more directly if you need. So those are your revenue changes, and they're all increases. And the net result of that is a little bit over almost 1.1 million in revenue increases. We also are recommending some expense adjustments as well. And a couple of things that we need to actually increase department budgets. Mine is one of them. And this would be for the finance department. We've seen credit card use really kind of explode, if you will. It's more than double or around double of what we've had in the last year and what we've seen historically. And a lot of that was triggered initially by COVID, but it's also part of our business model adjustments. We're actually going online with a lot of our business permitting activity, and we're just seeing more and more of that activity. A lot of it's people phoning in their payments for utilities and things of that nature as well. The second piece is we saw our insurance premiums come in a bit higher than we thought, quite a bit higher. So we're asking for an adjustment of over $100,000. And for both those, the departments need those monies in order to actually have a solvent budget, if you will, not exceed their budgetary authority. For the police department, this is actually the expense of that grant, those grant dollars that I just talked about, plus a little bit more. This covers some additional warranty stuff that wasn't fully covered in that grant. So there's a few extra dollars that you'll be awarding if you approve this beyond what the grant will cover. And then we have a couple of reductions in front of you. One is we're not having quite as much contract plan, building and safety plan check. And so we're looking to reduce that. That'll cover some of your increases. And then the last piece is with the community development. And that is they had asked to set aside $50,000 for the housing element. That was in the case they did not get a grant, which they did. So they got the grant. They don't need the general fund. So that'll be going back to the pool, if you will. The net result of that is just under $13,000 in reductions in your expenditures within the general fund. As a result of these, if you approve this tonight, you would have your general fund budgeted surplus go up by $1,089,523. And you can see that increases it from where we were back in November to over 2.7 million. I think I'll stop there and see if there's any questions on the general fund, and then I'll move on to PEG.
Okay. Nicole, do we have any public comments for this one?
Let me check. I think we're getting a light. We're not getting very much audio from you. Can you try adjusting your mic and see if we can get better levels?
How's that? Better?
Yeah, I'm getting better levels. Yes.
How about that? Better?
Yes.
Is this even better?
Let's see. I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No, no one on the line.
Okay. Any comments from council on this first part of the portion of the budget adjustment? Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I got a quick question. The 89,000 in credit card fees, we had talked one year about possibly having a pass-through fee added to that to avoid city expense. and there was a reason why we couldn't do it at the time. Is this the time to start looking at that?
You know, I think that this is an opportunity to look into that. We have actually been starting to look into this, and I'm going to ask the Assistant City Manager, Christine Data, to kind of discuss kind of where we are in that process, but she's been doing some research and homework on that.
Good evening, Council. We have started looking at this process as part of our business model change when we went into COVID. We're taking a lot more payments with credit card over the phone because City Hall has not been historically open, and it also expedites developers being able to process plans. With that, as looking across the development model, we have been talking about taking in those credit card fees as a reimbursement. The fee schedule actually allows us to do so. There's a stipulation in the fee schedule for anything that is not specific in the fee schedule that we are able to charge the exact cost to the city. So this would be a pass-through reimbursable cost. The intention, we've been working with the finance department, is to get what that cost schedule looks like. Largely because we have everything from a $50 fee all the way up to a $45,000 fee. So finance is working on getting us a schedule, and then we will give some notice to the development community. It is an option. It's not something that is required for them. So, you know, it would just be a convenience, which is why we would be looking to recoup that fee. And so I would anticipate that we would roll that out within the next month or so. In terms of other fees, we can look at that citywide. I would recommend that if we're going to look at it for utility payments and such, that we may want to include that in our next fee schedule. So it's a little bit easier for us to do. But at least from the development side, we believe some of these larger fees we can get reimbursed. And Jeff and I talked this afternoon about parceling off and looking at what that amount for utility payments would look like and how much of that fee is actually slated to utility payments versus how much of it is still coming through the development side. My guess is a good portion of it is the development side because we've always taken credit card payments with utilities, but we've had a significant upswing. And when someone's paying a $40,000 deposit via credit card, the fee on that is fairly substantial to the city.
Yeah, I know. It puts us in a position, you know, especially for them, but an $89,000 hit is quite a bit for the general fund. Or
Right.
For the, you know,
Yes, sir.
for our residents. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Santos?
I'll follow up on that, on the risk management insurance cost. The increase in that, is it because of the, we have more
projects to insure?
I missed the first part of that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. I mean, on the risk management insurance costs, there's $108,000 on that. It exceeded our budget on this one. Is it because of the, we have more projects like, the waste management or other projects that we have to get more insurance or increase our insurance costs?
You know,
That's all,
I would
Jeff.
ask our Administrative Services Director, Carrie Mendoza, to address that directly if she could.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council, thank you. There was an increase in our property and liability limits over the last year. And as it related to payroll and workers' comp, going into COVID, there was like 20% increases in the insurance industry last year that were grossly underestimated, if you will. So between that and then our payroll numbers and how they come in, we end up with a bill from the Industrial Relations Department as well. So those all combined, there wasn't a single bill in particular that was over 100,000. They were all just 10% over projected, I would say, is the easiest way to explain it.
Very good, Gary.
From our
Thanks a
excess
lot.
carrier. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Mayor,
you.
thank
You
you.
bet.
Thank you, Councilmember Santos. Councilmember Finn, you good?
Yeah, my two concerns were both addressed by both questions from each council member, so I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a concern with the credit card fees as well. I mean, at this pace, we're looking to go over about 150,000 a year. I'd also like staff to look at, it's my understanding in where I used to work, electronic checks did not have a service fee on them. If we could look into that as well, that way there is an option to still pay without incurring credit card costs. The other thing I'd like to suggest staff look into is restricting credit card payments for developer fees, such as MSHCP, TUMF, DIF, if that's at all possible, until we can get the service fee squared away. And that's all I have. With that, I'll look for a motion.
Oh,
It's not done yet.
just,
Excuse me. Well,
yeah,
okay.
I've got a little bit more if we could.
Sure, we'll take it all in one shot.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank
My
you.
apologies.
We can break it up if you want, but I did want to cover at least the PEG before you consider that piece. And this is smaller. It won't take me as long. But what we use this for and what we have been using it for is a lot of what we do here tonight. And this is the city council meetings and getting the message out to the public. And so we had not budgeted for expenditures out of this fund, but we have been spending some money primarily as a result of COVID and our need to do meetings, Zoom meetings and things of that nature. And additionally, Nicole and I had talked earlier in the week, last week, and we talked about some additional needs with cameras and additional equipment that she thinks is going to be necessary between now and the end of this fiscal year. And so as a result, we are asking the city council to authorize a total expenditure amount of $24,800 broken into the two pieces that you can see. And that would get them through the end of the year with all their expenditures that they need. And that is the extent of the budget adjustments. If you'd like, I can dive into the general fund allocations, or if you want to take a motion on the budget adjustments first, then I can do that. However you'd prefer to do it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, okay, Jeff. Since we have no public comments at this time, we have any questions or discussion from council on the second portion of this? No? Seeing none, look to entertain a motion for all the budget adjustments as presented by Mr. Mollenkamp.
So that would be your first two items on the recommended action if you choose to take that now and then wait on the general fund until I'm done, or the unassigned general funds.
Okay, well,
Mayor, I'll make a motion
okay,
to approve the proposed operating budget adjustments for fiscal year 2021 general funds as highlighted, and approve the proposed public education government fund budget adjustments as highlighted in this report.
I'll second.
I'll do roll call if you're ready.
Please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm squared away now, Jeff. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Good.
Mr. Mayor. So then now the second piece of this is for the council to consider allocating some of your unassigned general fund. And on attachment B to your agenda item is a quick and dirty summary that provides for the balance of the unassigned general fund. And as you can see, we have 19 million, almost 19.8 million in unassigned general fund, and this ties to your audited financial statements. Of that 19.775 million, the 25% reserve that the council has been talking about since I arrived here, and before that, I believe, it amounts to about $9 million, and that's based on a $36 million estimate for your general fund expense. So, that moves up and down with your actual expenditures that are budgeted. But it's approximately $9 million. And then you have set aside previously $2 million into a legal reserve fund. And if those two items are backed away, what's available for council action is $8.775 million for consideration on allocation and still to maintain the required reserve levels. So before you are a number of considerations for allocations of a portion of those dollars. And on Schedule C, if you're attachment C, it details in decent detail what information we have with regard summary information on the requests. And it broken out into a few different pieces. I've broken it out essentially in this, for this purposes, into three different pieces. One is vehicle purchases. And we're requesting in that case, if you authorize that, that we would actually put the money right into the budgets so that the departments could get moving on purchasing those vehicles. We're quite a ways behind on some of our vehicle purchases. We've got a fairly old fleet. And so there's kind of a sense of urgency to get moving on some of this. And so you'll see the first two items. The first is Parks and Grounds vehicles. It's actually 5 trucks at a price of $28,100 each. And then you've got some police vehicles. The chief's going to be coming up on an item later on tonight. If you approve this budget amendment to go forward, he'll be actually putting it forward for your consideration of the actual contract to purchase these vehicles. And this is for some replacement vehicles and a couple of new vehicles. And again, the chief will be able to get into good detail on that in a little bit. Then below that, you have some equipment that is being requested. And you've got a new rig to deal with your graffiti. We've had some meetings lately where we've been talking about that. And this is a tool that will help the city in order to clean that up quite a bit. And you can see that the price associated with that is about $12,000. The next item is also Parks and Grounds, and they're looking for something that's called a Sand Pro. This will help them maintain the baseball fields in the city. And allow us to actually have our own tools to do so and not have to borrow those from the park district. And that's $25,000. The next item is for upgrades to the PD server room. That's really necessary because that in order to make sure that we have full integrity and don't lose data, they need to really finish those upgrades, and that's $90,000. The last item here on this equipment list is also an IT related item, and this is to upgrade the VM cluster and provides for a better redundancy to our system. And the IT directors here, if you need any information on that one. Then the last items are really more capital projects, infrastructure type items. And here we're looking for, rather than a direct expenditure, we're looking for the city council to either transfer money to your internal service funds or to the CIP. And then the last thing I'll talk about in a moment is the pension trust. But the first of your capital projects maintenance items is for park maintenance. And this would provide for the completion of the smart irrigation for the remaining parks and up and down Palm Avenue. And this is a cost of $109,500. There's also a request for a project, a CIP project that would be new landscaping and painting at City Hall for $250,000. There is an augmentation, a significant augmentation to your streets roadway maintenance program. As you recall, we put in a pretty good chunk of money last year out of some other funding sources. This adds to that by another $2 million. And then lastly on that list for capital maintenance and infrastructure is $500,000 to line the Cherry Channel to prevent overgrowth. The last item on here on this list, and then I'll pause, is the commitment of funds to a future pension trust. We will have to come back to you if the council decides to go down that path and actually create the trust and then actually have the vehicle to, the bank account essentially that we deposit those funds into. What this would do tonight, if the council takes action to go in this direction, would be to commit the funds. What it does is it essentially moves them from an unrestricted status to a committed status. And then we would come back to you at a future meeting with the specifics of the trust, and actually the council would have to take action to form the trust. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Nicole, I'm going to assume that we don't have any questions at this time.
I have
for the
no
second half of
written
this?
comments. I can check with Katie really quick, though. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Thank you very much. So with that, any council discussion on the second half of this item? Mayor Pro Tem White.
Thank you. And Jeff, regarding the pension trust allocation, the commit funds to future transfer, I know we talked about this a while back when we were trying to look at ways to address our PERS and our what's the word I'm looking for?
Unfunded liability.
Yes, unfunded liability. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think it would be good right now if you could provide us sort of a little a review type summary of where we were on that discussion. Primarily, believe it or not, from my memory, but also I'm sure it would help David or Councilmember Finn get up to speed as to what you're talking about with the pension trust allocation.
Sure. No, I'd be happy to. And if there's a desire to have a more in-depth discussion about this, we can also bring back our consultant if necessary to provide a lot more detail. As you know, we had probably an hour and a half, 2-hour meeting. It's been probably 10 months ago at this point, maybe even longer. Anyhow, the pension trust, what it does is it allows the city council to set money aside that would be dedicated to meet pension costs. It's a Section 115 trust. What it does for the council is it allows you to put that money off into a different investment type strategy. So right now you're significantly limited by California law on what we can and cannot invest in. For example, we don't have the ability to invest in any equities. And we can only limit on investments that go no more than a 5-year maturity. And there's a lot of other restrictions. What the 115 trust does is it opens up other investment vehicles for you. And what it would do is it allows the council to set money aside for a designated purpose, in this case, to meet your liability to a portion of it, in fairness. The council may recall from the audit that the liability citywide is about 18 million. And so this would be a portion of that liability that would be dealt with in this manner. But the flexibility that a trust gives you is that while it can only be used to meet pension costs, it could be used to meet pension costs in a bad year as well. If we had a particularly bad year, a recessionary year, or something of that nature, and there was a need to cut back, to pull any of these funds in to meet your liability allocation for that year, we could do so. So the trust is a way to commit funds to that purpose, but also retain a fair amount of flexibility to meet. Essentially, it's like having another reserve fund in a separate way, but this would be designated towards meeting your pension requirements. There are other options, and I think that's why it might make sense to have a separate agenda item in the future to go over what that looks like. Because the other thing we can do is pay down a specific portion of the liability. There's some good advantages to that as well. And so I think tonight it would probably take me probably 45 minutes, and I'd need a lot more slides to really educate you as to the two various options. There's a third and fourth option, but those are the two main options that I would think that the council might consider.
And that is exactly what I wanted to hear, was the fact that we had other options, and I do think we need further discussion on that. But if we were to go with the pension trust model, would that then be managed by the new investment team that we brought on board in the last council meeting?
No, unfortunately, I've consulted with them, and they are strictly, they do not do any equity investments, and they would not be able to expand our investment arena enough to be able to move into that area. But the good news is that there's a number of different firms out there that we can engage in. This is something that multiple cities and counties across the state have been taking advantage of. So there's a good pool of resources for us to use on this.
So I like the amount that you want to commit to addressing our pension liability, but I would like to have another discussion on the different options and details. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Finn, I saw you has your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I'd support that as well. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem White on what he said. I do have a little bit of experience dealing with this at the water agency, where we tried to pay in advance some of our unfunded liabilities through CalPERS. And so not happy with how CalPERS runs things at times, and I think their return is low. And so if we have the opportunity to put those funds somewhere else and get a better return with professional management, I think it's a good idea. But I would like to, like as was spoken, to see what the other options are to make sure that we do make the best decision. But in general, I support the idea.
Okay, thank you. Oh, you're good?
I'm good right now.
So
Okay.
Mayor, I have a follow-up question, probably for either Jeff or city manager. Can we approve the budget allocation saying that 2.5 will be committed to pension issues, or do we have to pull that out if our only choice is a pension trust allocation?
Yeah, we would set that aside towards a pension management program. So not specifying specifically, is it the trust or is it some other mechanism that we want to look
Okay.
at?
So we can move and approve the item as we see it tonight.
Right, so this is a budget, remember your budget's your plan. So this is going to be your plan to actually apply those dollars.
Okay.
We'll come back to you later on, like we would contracts or any other implementation components.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. The only thing I would add, when you come back to go through the explanation on what our options are, is also including the option of paying down the debt, if, and what that looks like, and what's the best option for us.
Yeah, so what we were contemplating on the staff side was kind of going back and kind of walking back through that original analysis. So it looked at everything from setting aside your own funds, setting up a pension trust, or making advance payments to CalPERS.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that we're looking at this now, so that's good. Do we have a motion from council?
Mayor, I'll move to approve the proposed allocations of unassigned general fund dollars as highlighted in this report through fiscal year 2021 budget amendments, allocation of funds to the Building Maintenance Internal Service Fund, and a commitment of funds to identified CIP projects and a future pension trust fund.
I'll second.
Go ahead.
I'll do roll call if you're ready.
Please.
Councilmember Santos,
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. And so what that does with that approval moves us into a public hearing to consider a resolution for the Second Amendment of the prior year capital improvement plan in the 5-year fiscal year 21-25 capital improvement plan. Staff report by Ms. Christine Day.
All right, who's excited to talk about the CIP? But I have about a 2-hour presentation
Right on. With slides?
with no slides, just all talk. All numbers, all talk. How's that sound?
No pauses.
No pauses. All right. Just kidding. I did have some coffee though for Councilmember Martinez, just to make sure that I was on point for this CIP presentation. Most exciting time of the year, next to the time that you actually approve the 5-year CIP, but this is the second amendment to your prior year capital CIP and your 5-year CIP. Specifically the prior year CIP, what we're doing is closing projects, which means that we have checked those off, completed those, and are ready to adjust those funds around. And I'll go through your summary. The corresponding numbers are in the worksheets that are in the attachments to the staff, into the staff report. And then we'll talk a little bit about what we're changing in the 5-year CIP based on closing projects and bringing those funds forward, as well as adding projects that are based on grants. And then finally adding the one-time general fund allocations that council just considered. And so starting with the prior year CIP, we have completed the general plan update project. The final bill came in at $857,761. Those have been submitted and are in the process of being paid. So this project will be closed after that is done, and you won't see any additional information on that project. It'll drop down to your actual closed projects. We are ready to close the prior year CIP street projects. And so we had a couple of those that were listed between 18 and 19, your fiscal years 18 and 19, which is when we started collecting the Measure A, got back into the Measure A and started collecting the SB1 funds. So the first project was the slurry seal 1819. The project allocation was roughly 600,000. It was a 50-50 allocation from Measure A and SB1. The project balance is roughly about $180,000. Those are Measure A funds. And the reason that you see that we have those funds left over is because we actually collected more Measure A funds. So the balance moving forward, we needed to keep those in the Measure A category because they're less restrictive than spending the SB1 funds. So we will move 180,000 and some change to project RO3, which is this year's road project, and it'll go into the Measure A category. We will spend those funds first in your street program this year, and then spend more subsequent recent year collections. The next project was the street alley rehab. This was funded through an old prior diff that we collected, which was an alley diff. We have completed that project. This was the alley behind the post office. And we are ready to close that project. There are no additional funds, and there'll be no additional funds in the future as we no longer collect that diff. Beaumont Avenue reconstruction was completed last year. That allocation was 1.9 million. Again, it was a 50-50 between the two funding measures. There's $164,000 remaining in that. And once we close that, we will also move that to project 03 because the remaining balance are Measure A funds. Moving on to Rongell Park Phase 1, we have completed that. There are remaining CDBG funds, and so we're able to bring those forward to the Phase 2 project, and we'll bring those forward into the P11 project this year. And we'll see that when we move to the 5-year CIP. Seneca Springs Lift Station and Design project, lift station design and construction. The project is complete. We have a balance of $157,000 that will be returned to the unallocated fund balance within wastewater. That project came in significantly lower than we had originally anticipated. The two projects for 1920 road projects were the slurry seal 1920 and the street rehab. Both of those projects are complete. They were both funded with Measure A and SB1. Because we got such great bids and because we didn't know how our initial bids would go, I would say that we have larger balances moving forward with these because we were trying to be conservative to make sure that we didn't overbid. So we have $708,000 left in 19001. That will be split between the two projects moving forward. So half of that will go to RO3 and half will go to RO4, which is SB1 and Measure A. And then same thing for the street rehab. We had an allocation of $466,000. On this project, we actually only had $2,300 left, and we'll split that between the two projects, the RO3 and the RO4. And then we have completed the EV charging station. Those are in the parking lot next door to City Hall. This was a grant funded project, and so there are no funds remaining to be moved forward. Any question on prior year completed projects? Great. So exciting. So we move into the 5-year capital plan. And these are the changes that we're making to the 5-year capital plan. After some consideration in doing the first couple of projects and closing those out and balancing those, and because we're taking a little bit of a different little bit of a different tact with how we're doing these. So it's really the right application to the right street. And that could be anything from the slurry seal to a complete rehab to a level up and a cape seal like we did this spring. Could be a chip seal on an alley. Any one of those would be the measures that we would use on any of our street projects. And so what we've decided to do is combine all Measure A into one project and allow all of those different types of rehab to the streets, and then all of those SB1s into one project and allow the same. And so as staff evaluates, we'll bring forward the street with the best improvement measure to it. Each one of these, so the RO3 has each one of those funding sources coming forward, and you can see we've lined those out for you. I won't read you numbers to save you, but essentially this makes the new estimate for the citywide street rehab for Measure A funds at $1,005,000. And then for the SB1 project, the new estimate is $863,763. So we roughly have about 1.8 million in these two projects that we will be bringing forward to you as part of your spring program and asking for an approval on a set of streets. The next project is the Three Rings Ranch Improvement Project. This was a grant funded project that the City Council authorized us. This is part of the Prop 68 per capita. And this project has an allocation of $177,000. This allows the staff to move forward with this project, placing it into the CIP. This will be a reimbursable grant as well. And then Rongell Park Phase 2. So we actually had an original allocation for this project at 130. We brought the $221,000 forward. In addition to that, the Life Lifters is the grant that council awarded last year. They noticed us that they would not be able to move forward with that grant. And so we would be looking to add that into, because those funds are available, add that into this park project. Bringing this Phase 2 park project to a total of $367,000 available. And the next project, the 2021 mid-year street enhancement. This is one of the one-time general fund allocations that council just considered. And this is the $2 million of general fund unobligated reserves to enhance the street program. This combined with your Measure A and SB1 will give you almost $4 million worth of street work to do this spring and summer. Again, we plan to bring you that list of streets in April, bid in May, and hopefully be into construction in June. The next project is the Cherry Channel Drainage Project. Again, this was one of the previous one-time general fund allocations. This is the Cherry Channel. The first part that we will focus on will be north of Oak Valley up to Cougar. We spend a considerable amount of funds having to clean that once a year, twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year, depending on the rain. That overgrowth is fairly substantial. So we've looked at slip lining just the bottom of it, and so we don't get that growth. There's a lot of irrigation water from the resident houses north of Cougar that empty in and through that channel that brings in that additional growth. And so we think that we can, each time that we have to go out and do a maintenance, that can be up to $60,000. So we think this will save us significant dollars long-term on this particular drainage channel. And then the last project that we would look to be adding is the City Hall repainting and new landscaping. This is a $250,000 project that would update the exterior of the building, fix any of the issues that are going on out there. We've got some areas that this building hasn't been given a whole lot of love recently, and so it needs a little bit of an overhaul and some TLC. And then this would replace the landscaping that has outlived its useful life. So what we're asking council to do is hold a public hearing tonight and consider any comments that may come forward. We would ask and recommend that the council approve the resolution adopting the second amendment of the 5-year capital plan and the prior year CIP list. And then I'm happy to go through, you have an attachment and we'll make sure, I looked at it online. It looks like it got a little bit cut off. We'll make sure you get the full capital projects update sheet. And basically what that does is show you the full list of capital projects that are underway, where they are in each of their stages and what we're working on, and timelines associated with that. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I could probably talk another hour if you would choose.
City Manager Todd Parton?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One additional thing to note is, like we looked at a little earlier, you have a little over $9 million out of these reserves, maybe close to 10 million that you could allocate. We're looking at about 7 million here, maybe right around that figure. There's another amount of programming that you may want to consider that we need to look at, that we can talk about as we're getting into the 21-22 fiscal year and the CIP discussion on that. But we're getting close to having a contract to bring to you that will look at the development of the CNG fueling station, which is on the 6 acres that we bought off of 4th Street. And so we're, like I said, we're getting close to having the contracts ready and to bring to you guys with SoCal Gas. But with that construction, there's some dollars that will go back to RCTC for to actually construct the new transit facility and the shop on that property like we had planned. In addition to that, we have the other balance of the property that we're looking at to provide for wastewater and for public works. So there's some additional dollars that we would need to build some new yard facilities, some buildings and storage and some security for those as well. So those will be some additional dollars that we need to talk to you about in addition to the things that we have here. So,
Thank you. So what I will do then is I will continue the open public hearing from March 2nd. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, since we have no comments, no public comments and no callers on the line, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:29 and open it up for council discussion or motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading. I was giving you a minute.
I know, I mean, can I have a quick
Councilmember
comment?
Santos has a question or discussion.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry about
Hold that
that,
thought.
Mayor Pro Tem Lloyd White. So my quick, comment, or probably Christine, is, I'm glad that, Mr. Pardon in here mentioned about the other project we will have in there. I was looking on the 5 years, forecast we have in here on the CIP. I didn't see the Stewart Park on that. That's the comment I like to, and probably a question for you, Christine. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir, that's actually listed under a couple of different funding sources, which is how your CIP, your 5-year CIP is broken out. And so there's actually 1.145 million under the community park DIF project.
Okay.
Again, these were prior funded projects that were funded through the original CIP adoption in June, as well as the amendment that we did. And then under CFD, there is 2 million for the park redevelopment, and then there is 250,000 for the Stewart Skate Park rehabilitation. And so there are a couple of different places in the 5-year CIP that Stewart Park is listed.
Very good. I saw the 1.2 in there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes, now I will make comments. Let's show him. I just want to thank Christine and Jeff for what you guys have accomplished, and of course, City Manager Todd Pardon. 6-7 years ago, we were not looking at CIPs. We were not deciding which streets we can repair. We were not moving money around to get parks fixed, and it's something that I had a conversation with a council member in a neighboring city who told me back in 2015, 2016 that he'd seen us in the newspaper. And I said, well, that's not good back then.
Oh,
And I said, I see that you guys are opening a new performing arts center in your city. And I said, one day it'd be nice if we were making decisions
that's true,
on
that, yeah.
improving our community as opposed to staying out of bankruptcy and putting some people behind, well, making some people pay for their problems. So anyways,
Okay.
with that, I will make my motion that was interrupted. To waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2021 to 2022 and 2024, 2025, and related prior year CIP project lists.
I'll second that. Mayor Pro Tem White.
May we have a roll call on that, Mr. Cole?
Councilmember Santos,
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yeah, real quickly, Mayor Pro Tem White brings up a really good point. I mean, I would have never thought that we'd be sitting here looking at such a vast project
Good.
list, and so I thank you as well for the hard work that you guys have done. And yes. That brings us
Thank you.
to item number 9, another public hearing, and consider approval of the first reading of an ordinance amending Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 12.08, to establish city-specific supervisory control and data acquisition and adopt East Valley Water District's wet weather flow criteria. Staff report by Mr. Jeff Hart.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Nice to be with you all this evening. So yeah, just a little bit of background here is as I think you're aware, or I'm sure you're aware, is Chapter 12.8 of the Muni Code. We adopted some other agency standards for public works instruction. So EMWD has been the standard we've adopted for sewer. We've adopted Riverside County for transportation guidelines. But there's some modifications we would like to make in light of some of the progress we're making, not only on the wastewater treatment plant, but on what is our programmable logic controller project. And as well as some SCADA upgrades. So the two modifications we're looking at making for this section are a deviation from Eastern Municipal Water District's SCADA standard, and then the implementation of a wet weather flow design criteria, which EMWD does not have. So as part of our PLC project, which was awarded by council last April, SKM Engineering, whom is our consultant, evaluated the city's lift stations and provided recommendations to upgrade not only the PLCs, but the communication systems as well. The evaluation recommended a uniform SCADA system between the lift stations and the newly constructed wastewater treatment plant. Among some minor technical deviations from the EMWD standards, we're also recommending a more robust communication system, which will consist of not only cellular communication, but radio for redundancy and reliability. I believe we've discussed before, but many of the city's lift stations have limited capacity, especially wet well capacity, and the ability to communicate quickly and efficiently is paramount in maintaining our system moving forward. As part of the sewer system master plan, flow meters were placed throughout the city's collection system in order to determine sanitary flows of various locations, and also to determine the amount of infiltration in the system via either rainfall or elevated groundwater. Being able to quantify peak wet weather flow allows staff to pursue a more conservative design criteria for future development, as well as to precisely establish the R&R requirements for the existing infrastructure. EMWD's existing design criteria as it sits today does not have a wet weather design flow component, primarily in challenges in obtaining pertinent wet weather flow data. It's challenging to obtain the duration required and the likelihood of actually hitting a relevant rain event is seldom slim. And in order to kind of deal with that, EMWD chose a path in their the implementation of their master plan to just establish a more conservative, what's called a depth of flow within their pipes. But since when we implemented our flow meters and took our analysis, we were actually able to capture several significant rainfall events and feel like I have a pretty good grasp of what type of infiltration that we are seeing into our system, and feel that it would be beneficial to the health and maintenance of maintaining our system to implement a wet weather design flow criteria. Eastern EVWD, which is the East Valley Water District, has a very similar climate and has established a wet weather flow criteria that is consistent with us, and utilizing their wet weather design flow criteria will ensure that both existing and the future collection system is adequately sized. So with that, it is the recommendation that hold a public hearing and waive the first full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending section 12.08010 of the Beaumont Municipal Code concerning SCADA design and wet weather flow calculation for public sewer systems within the city. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that report, Mr. Hart. With that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing at 7:37. Mr. Cole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay. Since we have no comments at this time, I will go ahead and close public comments at 7:37. I will open it up for council discussion or a motion.
Is it okay?
Mr. Mayor,
Uh,
I move
Councilmember
that, I
Finn?
move that we waive the first reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City of, Council of the City of Beaumont amending section 12.8.10 of the Beaumont Municipal Code concerning SCADA design and wet weather flow calculation for public sewer systems within the city.
I'll second that.
Have a roll call, please, Nicole?
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Which brings us to item number 10, hold a public hearing and consider a proposed ordinance to update the local development mitigation fee, or LDMF, for funding and preservation of natural ecosystems in accordance with the Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, or MSHCP, and consider adopting a resolution establishing the Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, MSHCP, local development mitigation fee applicable to all developments in the plan area. Staff report by Ms. Christina Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for reading that incredibly long title. I will not repeat it. For your consideration tonight, as the mayor stated, is some resolution and ordinance pertaining to the MSHCP program and fees. So, and the city has been a part of the MSHCP program since its inception in 2003, 2004. It is a multi-jurisdictional program, and Measure A funding is tied to this program. Once the program was established, the since the program was established, the MSHCP has not undergone a revised nexus study or had revised fees like you're seeing before you tonight. So it's been about 18 years since that's taken place. So with that, in 2020, the program conducted a new nexus study, and in December, the board adopted the nexus study and the new fee program. So included in your staff report on page 3, I believe, or 4, is the chart showing the current fees and the fee steps up from where they are now, which will be July 1, and then January 1 of 2022. And then after that, there'll be a CPI increase until the next nexus study is done. So with that, staff is requesting that the city council hold a public hearing and consider adoption of the ordinance, amending and updating the City of Beaumont's MSHCP ordinance, and adopt a resolution adopting the MSHCP
local development mitigation fee schedule. And I am available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. And with that report, I will open the public hearing at 7:41. Ms. Nicole, do we have any public comments at this time?
I have no written comments. I do want to note, though, that we have members from RCA on the Zoom also
Okay.
for any questions. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line.
Wow. Okay. Since we have no comments either on the line or written, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:41. Open it up to council discussion. Councilmember Martinez.
Just a quick comment, just that, if you notice, it's been 18 years since the Nexus study was done. And, you know, the fee, if you look at it, has gone up significantly, but when you put into account that we haven't had a formal look at the commitment of the fees for that long, it's incredible. I just find it really unfathomable that it took that long to talk about that. So anyway, we did allow for a stepped-in program to kind of help ease the pain a little bit. So it is a phased approach, and we did increase the acquisition period a bit as well. So over more time and in a phased period, so to make it a little bit more equitable. So I just wanted to put those comments in.
Okay. If nobody else on council, Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, just so I understand it a little bit better. So with the fee schedule that's in here for, you know, July 1, 2021 to end of the calendar year, and then for the following year, this is just a step up in our estimate to help lessen the blow for when the new Nexus study comes in, and it may even be even higher. Is that am I understanding that correctly?
No, so this would be the, based on the Nexus study, the fees will go up from the current fee to what you see in the last column, which is the January 1 to June 30, 2022. And the step in the middle is sort of to lessen the increase instead of going all at once, which for residential isn't very much, but for the commercial industrial is more than double.
Ouch.
So the stepping is allowing that phased in for what the Nexus study that's adopted is showing. After this, it will just be CPI increase annually until MSHCP conducts another Nexus study.
And they're the organization that does that and then sends it out to each city and jurisdiction and so forth, correct?
Yes, sir. For this program, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I do have a comment.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
So I just want for clarification for a better understanding. This is similar to when we hadn't raised our mitigation fees for years, and we had to raise them to bring them up to the market rate and the rate that does not have our citizens paying for additional fees that developers should be paying for. So what we're doing here is we're raising the fees just to get them in line with what they should have been, and that's the way we're moving forward. Sometimes people like to review what we're doing and say that we're just going out and raising fees, but actually what we're doing is we're just bringing the fees up to what we should have been charging because it took so long to do a Nexus study. Do I have that basically correct?
Correct. So, and the city doesn't actually establish the fees. So the MSHCP program conducted the Nexus study, but because we are all member cities and our Measure A funding is tied to participation in the program, we're then required to adopt the fees that have been established by the program. But yes, you are correct that these fees are being brought up to what current day they should be.
Okay. So with that, I will not make a motion.
Not yet.
No.
You good? Okay. So looking at the resolution, and I was surprised to see this, but it doesn't appear as though, I know that we are basically a pass-through agency. We collect the fees, we initiate the condition, generate any of the work on our end, and then we distribute the fees back to through the MSHCP program.
Mhm.
But we do not collect any funds for the labor on our end, is that correct?
At this time, we do not.
Okay.
Although in this update, we have the opportunity to do so. So if that's council's direction, I'd be happy to take that at this time.
I would like us to look at that, whether we do a percentage of the fee collected or we do a flat fee. I think we need to recover our cost or recoup our cost. I would also like staff to look at other programs where we're being used as a pass-through agency to make sure that we are also collecting or covering our labor cost on those programs as well.
Yes, sir. If you would like, if council concurs with that direction, what I would recommend at this time is that we would continue the item, and I'll defer to my boss, Ms. Day, on timing for how long we will need to assess and determine a fee. But I would like to make sure that we have that included in the resolution and ordinance appropriately. So at the time council adopts it, that would be included and take place. This fee, we have until July 1 before it kicks in. So we do have a couple of months still to work on this. I don't anticipate it would take that long, but we do have some time to take council's direction on this and bring it back.
Great.
I believe, Mayor, we could bring that back in April for you. If you would like to, we could probably get that done by the first meeting in April. I would suggest that we do a bit of a survey to see what other jurisdictions are doing and then look at our actual time it takes to process these and bring you back some options for that.
So would I be continuing this to the first meeting in April or the second meeting in April? Would that give you enough time?
Let's continue to the second meeting in April, just to give us plenty of time since we have it prior to adoption. And we can do an interim item if needed in between on the 6th to show you what we've collected, the data we've collected.
Okay. You know, the other thing too, if you will, is I know in my past experience that there are also annual audits that occur with these programs. I would look to have staff recover their costs, whether it's done through an hourly type of a permit, but to recover their costs because I can know they can be quite detailed and labor intensive. So I wouldn't want city staff or the city to have to eat that cost as well. Obviously, I don't think it needs to be a part of this resolution, but I would like staff to look at that. So with that, if there are no other questions from council, I'll go ahead and continue this public hearing to the second meeting in April. Okay.
We'll need a full motion and second for that.
Okay. I'll make a motion to continue this meeting, to continue this hearing to the second meeting in April.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, for the record, that will be April the 20th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And with that, that brings us back to the continuation of action items for item number 11, approval of invoice from Riverside County Fire Department for second quarter fire services. Mr. Jeff Mullenkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. So before you is, as you mentioned, the second quarterly payment under our contract with County of Riverside for fire services that are performed by CAL FIRE. The contract, the invoice amount is $1,146,793.33. And it represents that collected with the first quarter, which was July through September, represents 45.2% of the budget for this year. So we're tracking under budget, which we typically have with this expenditure. So right now, I'd say we're targeting will be probably 8 to 10% at year end under budget if things hold the way they have. And so you should probably have some savings in this particular budget area. With that, it's fairly straightforward. The chief of police has looked at it and gone through it. As you know, that this is part of his budgetary responsibility. He's looked at it and signed off. And I think we're just asking for your approval to make the payment under the contract.
Seeing that we have no questions, do we have any public comment? Excuse me.
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, so with that, I'll make a motion to approve payment of the fiscal year 2021 second quarter fire services invoice from Riverside County Fire Department in the amount of $1,146,793.33.
I'll second.
Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That brings us to action item number 12, Police Department vehicle purchases to replace 5 vehicles and 1 animal control truck. Staff report by Chief Talese.
Okay, perfect. So I present to you tonight a staff report to get the fleet caught up, if you will. As you know, our patrol fleet, those vehicles are driven under very extensive measures, excessive braking, accelerating. They'll sometimes go 7 days a week. They respond emergency lights and sirens, so the braking and the distancing, it takes a wear and tear. And so what we try to do is rotate those vehicles out at 4 years, 80,000 roughly miles. But as mentioned earlier in some conversations with our finance director and the council, the city didn't have the requisite funds to keep the patrol fleet modernized and also take care of the detectives or the other special details that we have. And so we had to let those vehicles go for some time because they're not driven under the same conditions that patrol vehicles are. We need the officers to get there safely and expeditiously. And so before you, this would catch us up in our detective bureau and then also our multiple enforcement team. And so our detectives each have an assigned vehicle, stays at the station, but oftentimes, our crime scenes are either extensive or we have a victim at the hospital, a suspect at the station, multiple scenes. And so our detectives each need a vehicle with their safety equipment and their investigative inventory to process a scene. With that, also, what's unique about the Beaumont Police Department is it's not what we call a patrol-only station. We program our functionality based on the needs of this community. And so some time ago, we created the multiple enforcement team. They handle marijuana grows, certain Part 1 crimes, perhaps persistent neighborhood problems that maybe don't arise to what the community policing officers do or what our gang task force does, but they really, they're a utility knife, if you will. That's where the multiple comes in, right? And so they need some vehicles to service their needs as well. And then finally, the animal control truck, as you see, is a 2006. It's breaking down, the wear and tear. But what we've discovered, and we did this with another vehicle that you approved for animal control a couple years ago, is we keep the utility boxes, which is actually a very expensive component. So we buy the similar chassis, and then we pay to have those boxes transferred appropriately. And then we modernize them, make sure the air conditioning units are serviced so the animals are safe. But we save a substantial amount of money doing that. And then within this, we need to either sell or auction the vehicles. There's one particular vehicle in here, a Prius. It doesn't service the needs of the police department, but we know that the IT department would really benefit from this vehicle. As you know, they service all city facilities. They transport their modems, their computers, their equipment. And so it indicates on the staff report to go to community services. I'm not sure if they manage the fleet for IT, but it'll be purposed for the IT department. And so in totality, with the equipment and the graphics and the outfitting, we're looking at a fiscal impact of $177,191.59. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Delise. Nicole, do we have any comments, public comments?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. I'll open up for public or for council discussion. Really quickly, are you going to remove the lights and sirens off the Prius? Just check
Yeah.
it.
So I think that car was used for either volunteer services or administrative services, but it doesn't fit our needs anymore.
Mayor Pro Tem White, you have a question?
I was directing to Councilmember Finn.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I do want to point up, I don't think it's a potential conflict, but I think I will abstain from the vote. I have a son that went back to work for Raceway Ford. And I just noticed that that's one of the F-150 trucks that it's proposed to be purchased from that vendor. And so I think at this point, I'll just mute myself and defer from any comments.
Very well. Thank you, Councilmember Finn.
Can I just ask, is he reside in your home?
Yes, he does, and he works in the retail internet sales department for the company. He does not work in the fleet department, but he does work for Raceway Ford.
Okay, then I think you should recuse yourself, and Nicole should put you into a separate room for a moment.
Very, very good. Okay, no problem.
Nicole, let me know when that's done.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, Chief, so these are considerably less expensive than, of course, a patrol unit.
Yes.
And you said they were for, special, jobs that you have that are probably less heavy duty than a patrol unit would be. Is that true? I mean, not true, but is that the case that you were pointing out? So these
Absolutely.
are like for detectives and so forth. So what I was getting at is, would it be more beneficial to have a vehicle like a patrol unit where it could be multi-used for both detective and for patrol, or?
Right, and so great question. The Chevy Malibu in this model is actually pursuit rated.
Oh.
And so we will not purchase vehicles that are no longer pursuit rated, such as a Prius, unless we are pursuing a skateboarder, maybe a unicyclist. But all of our vehicles, that way, even administrative vehicles that you approve for, let's say, a lieutenant or even myself, if the patrol needs supersede all their needs in the organization, if that has to be taken in and painted white and put graphics on, then that's what the need is, and so they're all pursuit rated.
Oh, okay, great, good question.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
See no other questions, I'll look for a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to follow the recommended action.
I'll
Do you want me
second.
to read all of that?
Yeah.
We have a
You
second.
move, I'll second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Santos. A roll call, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Chief. With that, it'll bring us to action item 13, Second Street Extension, CIP 2019-009, project update and direction. Staff report by Mr. Jeff Hart.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, once again. Yeah, so back in May of last year, City Council awarded a preliminary design and final engineering contract for the Second Street Extension project to Cozad and Fox. This project is essentially completing the remaining segment from the terminus, which is just south of the Home Depot Shopping Center, and extending it to Pennsylvania Avenue. Just this January, Cozad and Fox completed the first phase of this project, which was the completion of the PDR, the preliminary design report, and which is attached to your staff report. The PDR identified some specific design constraints, environmental and jurisdictional constraints, as well as a preliminary cost analysis. Some of the design constraints are shown. There's some graphics embedded within your staff report, but I'll briefly go over a few of these. If you're familiar with the area of the project or the Second Street extension currently, as it extends, has full improvements on the south side, which abut the storage. The north side of the improvements somewhat taper off and only go to center line, and there's EP, which is edge of pavement only. In order to match up and maximize the cost benefit ratio, we are proposing to extend curb and gutter sidewalk on the south side of the project all the way to Penn Avenue. Yet on the north side, we would propose enough room for the 2 lanes of travel and just an edge of pavement, and we would expect that the completion of the remaining curb, gutter, and sidewalk on the north side would come through as development proceeds throughout that area. There's also some existing drainage facilities. On the easterly end, there's a culvert that undercrosses pretty close to the tie-in point. Rather than extend this culvert at a costly undertaking, we have elected to proceed as stated with the north side of the project, which would be only an edge of pavement. Still allow for 4 lanes of full traffic east ways, both ways, and a shoulder on both ends, but would negate the necessity to extend that culvert. On the west end, there's also what we are just kicked off, which is the Line 2 Stage 1 Master Drainage Project. So there are some design implications associated with that. There is some significant tributary drainage courses that run through the project, more significantly on the west end. The preponderance of the drainage that enters into that system will be alleviated with the construction of that project. Recognizing that this will be constructed fairly short thereafter, is we've decided to appropriately size the undercrossing based off what will be its ultimate flow underneath there, and not in an ultimate condition or not in an existing condition where it would be oversized for a very brief period of time. There's also some, as discussed, some environmental constraints. We have not yet undertaken a full-blown CEQA analysis, but there has been some preliminary initial study or preliminary environmental studies done. There's been 3 different plant species and/or animal species that have been identified as a potential threat as we move forward. As we move into if elected by council, as we move into the final design phase, CEQA completion will be part of this project, and the final environmental studies to accommodate would be done as well. Some potential jurisdictional constraints that we may be dealing with as we move forward would be the United States Army Corps of Engineers, specifically related to the drainage courses, the State and Regional Water Quality Control Board, also related to the drainage courses, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the MSHCP, as Christina spoke about previously. The preliminary cost estimates have come in fairly well. So this project has an estimated cost as presented of about 1.9 million. This includes construction for the street improvements, erosion control. There's a small right-of-way acquisition that would be necessary. The 100-foot right-of-way exists for nearly all of the project. The 570 feet from Pennsylvania east on the north side of the center line, it has not yet been obtained. So there is a swath that would be necessary in order to move forward, but the bulk of the right-of-way does exist, which significantly helps the construction cost. And then there's also drainage and excavation costs associated with the project as well. The total estimated cost, which would include a 20% contingency, which is appropriate for a cost estimate at this phase, as seeing we're in the conceptual phase, is about $2.5 million. There's a complete construction cost estimate breakdown in Appendix E of the PDR that I referenced earlier that's attached to the staff report. This project has a future budget of $5 million from Road and Bridge Diff in the proposed or in the approved CIP project list. So Cozad and Foxhead, we authorized the total amount of this contract, but broke it down into 2 phases, which were the first phase, which is the production of this PDR, which we have now obtained, reviewed, and approved, which is now completed. And the second phase would be completing the necessary CEQA environmental studies, regulatory compliance documents, and then the completion of the final engineering drawings as well. So this phased approach allows us to present this item to you and the findings, and garner some feedback as to whether or not council would like to engage the second phase of this project, final engineering, and ultimately move on to construction. The associated cost with phase 1 was about $48,000, and the cost to undertake and complete phase 2 as contracted is $152,000, and brings the total contract to just under $200,000. So with that, it's recommended that the city council receive and file the Second Street Extension Project update, and to also provide, to provide staff direction on whether or not to proceed with final engineering. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Thank you. So with that, I'll open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White.
So, Mr. Hart, the the phase 2 would all be done by Cozad and Fox because of our original contract for preliminary design and final engineering, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Boy, it takes a lot to get me excited, but the fact that we're moving on now, we're moving towards completing Pennsylvania, or through to Pennsylvania, I'm really excited about this. So obviously I'm in favor of moving to phase 2.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I as well definitely support the idea of proceeding with the final engineering. And I'm glad, because this is one of those forward-thinking type of projects, because we anticipate that there's going to be more development there, and by getting ahead of the game, we can definitely help trying to ease some of the traffic now, and definitely for what's in store in the future. So it'll definitely help with the First Street, I believe, flow. A couple of good questions, though, Mr. Hart. Is there a plan for a signal at Second in Pennsylvania? Is there an analysis for that, or is that something separate that comes later?
There certainly will be at some point, and a warrant and a need for analysis or a signal at Second Street. Is not currently part of this project, but it is anticipated that that's a very real probability.
Okay, and that right-of-way strip that you were talking about, which has some concern, is that any major concern that would allow the project not to continue forward, or is that something we could mitigate?
I certainly think that we could work it out at a staff level. So we have some research to do on the actual obtainment and ownership of that. There's some weird ownership that shows. So one of the property owners that has a significant amount of the property south of this has just a small swath, which is essentially just the right-of-way width north of there. It does not actually own the parcel to the north of the area we're talking about, if that makes sense. So there's if you could offset the edge of the road from Pennsylvania is 600 feet to the east, which would be towards Home Depot. There's a 50-foot swath, or it's actually a 38-foot swath that this private entity owns, which would be useless because it's not developable. There's nothing they could do with it. So I think that there would be, but they do have property to the south. So I think that it would be likely that they would foresee the value in conveying this right away, and that the ultimate benefit of having this street improved essentially on the city's dime at this stage.
All right, and the last question has to do with the environmental issues. So are we anticipating any issues, one with the time frame that goes into the monitoring and all that? We don't have any concerns with the fairy shrimp or vernal pools, so we don't have to worry too much about the raining seasons, but we do have those other species to consider. Do we anticipate any major impediments there, or is it, how do you think, predict that?
No, so I mean, as far as the like you say, what they've identified is plant animal life, I don't think that there's a big concern, of maybe a little more concern, which is going to potentially be a little long lead item, is the drainage courses that run through there. And so we will certainly get on top of those as soon as we can, but it's not uncommon to, the Corps of Engineers, which has traditionally been kind of an impediment in the permitting processes due to just a massive lack of resources to be able to accommodate some of these things, has let some of that control go to the state level. In this instance, it is a good thing in the interest of facilitating the project, but it's still probably a process that can take, a good 6 to 9 months from permitting.
Yeah,
that's a problem,
it
completion of the
is.
SQL analysis. So, that coincides with some other efforts that we will be looking on the project, but the net effect could potentially be a good 3 to 6 months, depending on what the final findings of those environmental studies are.
Okay, and the reason I had kind of asked that too is I've noticed some projects in the prior that if you miss these time frames, for studying or monitoring or whatever, you can really get into some main issues, so as long as you're on top of that and you can anticipate
Yeah, so if you're referring to the studies themselves, we will absolutely. So if council authorizes or recommends that we move forward to the phase two, we will ensure that one of the first things that we look at and undertake is the timing, because there are dark times, right, when you can't survey for these. And so it can very realistically delay that portion of the project. So yeah, we will certainly immediately circle up with the consultant, the environmental consultants, and make sure that we are as ahead of that as much as we can be.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hart. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. No, just a quick comment. I mean, this is a good start. I mean, really, really good. I mean, excited about it. I mean, that will release a lot of traffic on the east side on this. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Santos.
I'm sorry, I don't know if the mic's off. I got.
Let me
very little
repeat
of
that. I mean, probably because I mute myself on here. I think so. So I like to repeat that. Hey, thank you so much. I mean, it's a good start on the Second Street. That will release a lot of pressure on the traffic on coming from the east side on this. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
One quick second.
I'm done making motions for tonight.
I appreciate the motion effort
But I
there.
was going to make a comment, if I could make a comment real quick. Mr. Santos, he heard you. He just wanted to hear it twice.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Just very quickly, Jeff, do we know if this project will run around the same time as the Pennsylvania widening project, so we can tie those two together by chance, or?
Yeah, so I mean, we've got a draft environmental document that we'll review for Penn. So it's looking that project is ahead, but we would be able to tie into that project in its ultimate condition or its proposed condition. I think whether it's concurrent or whether it follows after, very little impact in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem White, if you would, please.
My last one, I will move to receive and file the Second Street Extension Project Update.
I'll second. You're so quiet. I'll second, Mayor.
Okay.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. And we've got to proceed with everything too, right?
I thought we gave him direction.
Okay, I just want to make sure, and you have the direction to go ahead and proceed with phase two as well. Right?
Taken. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think we're all excited to get that thing done and wrapped up, so that'd be awesome. All right, brings me to action item 14, consideration of a IH-10 corridor strategic plan, and authorize Mayor Lara to coordinate with area stakeholders. Staff report by Mr. Todd Parton.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will say that is Mr. Jeff Hart. He's our Public Works Director, our city engineer. He's not in the witness protection program. He really is with us, and we're happy he's here.
Okay. Kept looking at that.
Sorry, I just had to clarify. So, this is an item that I think is actually pretty exciting. Our previous rotation mayor, Mayor Santos at the time, now Councilmember Santos, actually had presented to some of our neighbors along the I-10 corridor a concept of starting to work together to develop some strategic thinking along the area, and particularly considering the fact that we are seeing even more large-scale development that's happening, and now it's kind of encroaching into our neighbors. So the idea is that as each city is looking independently at its various needs, every interchange on I-10 has to be considered in terms of need. But there's also an inability of the system to handle simply traffic alone, vehicles and cars and trucks. We need to start looking at other multimodal needs for both quality of life and sustainability within our communities. So transit are key elements that need to be contemplated strategically for transportation. We also need to look at where we have pedestrian and bicycle linkages, all those different elements that's there. In addition to that, there is currently air resources here for travel. Whether there's a long-term plan to keep that in this area or not is still, something I think of some degree of discussion that we need to think about. But ultimately, the idea is that there are many hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions of dollars of infrastructure needs that we have. This pass area is really one of the major engines in all of Southern California, maybe West Coast, maybe the country, that's helping to keep business and industry going for this region, and is funneling economic development east as it goes into the country. So with that was a concept that if the system in total isn't working, then the system fails. So all components need to come together and work together. There's a lot of competition out there for very limited dollars. And so some of the regions that are more organized in terms of working together have a leg up on us. If you think about our key stakeholders and just the municipalities, we're talking about a population center of currently 150 to 200,000 people, depending on where we look and define that. Within 5 years, we could be pushing another 15 to 20,000 people and major international businesses that are already located here, and then more expansion coming. So together as a group of stakeholders, we should have the ability theoretically to be able to carry more weight and to have a stronger voice. So particularly as we are going up for fierce competition for limited dollars with other regions. We know as the city of Beaumont, as we've applied for various grants for just the Potrero interchange, that we have lost out to projects that have been in larger population centers, that are projects that have been through 10 or 11 cycles, before they even got considered. So in some of the things that we're looking at, we can't wait 10 to 11 years to see some of these improvements happen. Things are happening now. So then Mayor Santos presented that concept to the cities of Banning, to the city of Calamasa, and then to Supervisor Hewitt of District 5. And there was some degree of unofficial commitment to really kind of work towards that concept or towards that idea, that we develop a strategic plan, we identify what's needed, we identify what it's going to take to get those things done, then we begin to prioritize those and to develop an action plan to actually go get executed. So from that conversation, we put together an outline for what that strategic plan would look like. What would be the vision of the plan? What's the mission of the group? What are the specific transportation elements that we would look at along the corridor? And then some degree of very tertiary thinking in terms of how would you keep a program like this going? This has to be a living document if it's going to be efficient, and we have to stay committed and we have to stay together as a region if we're going to be competitive and we're going to really be successful in bringing dollars and success to this region. And so the concept includes the concept of developing a working group, a committee, if you will, comprised of the key stakeholders along our corridor. We had identified those stakeholders as coming from west to east, which would start with Calamasa, which would come to Beaumont, which goes to Banning, and then goes to Morongo, and then needs to include District 5. The county is so critical to all this too. It's going to link together. So we put that outline together. We had floated that outline back to those other entities. To that point, we really hadn't heard anything back. So considering that a study like this could be significant in terms of cost, how do we try to tackle that and how do we move forward? One of the things that we had identified on the Beaumont staff side was where there could be potential funding to help to get this project in terms of the strategic plan put together and pulled together. And we did identify a Department of Transportation grant, a state grant, that is specifically targeted towards developing regional transportation, multimodal transportation plans. That's one potential pot. The call for projects for this fiscal year have already happened earlier this year. We found out about it really a little too late, plus we're not organized as a region to really pursue it. So we're anticipating that the next call, which would be the 22-23 year call for projects, will happen later this year, probably November, in that time frame into the fall. There's a lot of groundwork to do to kind of develop a sense of cohesion and to work with our neighbors to develop some official support to do this through. It could be resolutions, it could be MOUs, whatever that vehicle would need to be. There's a lot of work to do to try to get prepared for that, to make sure that all of our partners are fully on board, and then to begin the process to figure out who's going to write the grant. How are we bringing these resources together? There's a lot to do in a very short time frame. If you think about it, we really need to have everybody on board really by midsummer. Have all those details worked out, whatever those questions are going to be answered. And then we need to begin to think about beginning to put together the information for a grant proposal. Really needs to be completed by the time we get to really August, September. We need to really have the bulk of that work done. So there's a lot to do in a very short time frame if we're going to try to go for that. There may be other options. SCAG has got various grants that look at quick project grants. They've got planning grants that could look at other pieces of things that we may want to do and drill into. So again, that's the concept. And to put it in its very simplest terms is, can we come together within our I-10 corridor, and can we find some common ground, and then can we work together to try to go achieve that objective of getting funding here for our region? And again, one of the things you do hope is that, as we're looking at this as Beaumont, that, hey, we can support our neighbors in projects that they want. So even though our project may be put on a backside, that's okay, because we know we're next. And we know that when our turn comes next, that our neighbors are going to support us. And that's the way it's got to work, because, that's just the nature of cooperative, regionalized thinking. So the recommendation was to officially authorize Mayor Laura to officially open up the conversation and then to approach the appropriate peers that he has to see if we can develop some cohesive effort to get this moving. With that, Mayor, Council, turn it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parton. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No, no one on the line.
Okay, so what I'll do is turn that over to council for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White.
This is really important. RCTC sent a message to small cities last year when they talked about reorganizing the prioritization of projects. And at that point, their direction was that projects would be no longer prioritized in more of a rotational or everyone gets a chance position. They decided to go in the direction of projects that are funded, designed, and ready to go. And they were no longer going to give any kind of preference to the smaller cities. There were a handful of us on the board that voted against that. And the argument I made at that point was that small cities do not have the resources to commit to a project just to get it in line for other projects. So if a city commits to a couple $100,000 for a design project that may never be considered by RCTC or WRCOG, it's it's money that we would be better off spent doing something else. And their response at the time was, well, this will encourage small cities to work together and to build cooperation and bring projects ready to be prioritized. I hope that Banning and Calamasa, and obviously we're including Morongo as well in this, they recognize and learn from the mistakes that Beaumont did with our development of our projects and not having the infrastructure there. Right now, our CTC is spending their money catching up in Corona, Temecula, Murrieta, Menifee, and all of the areas that they have to react. They have to react to the chaos. And if we just wait till when the past becomes that kind of chaos, we're waiting 10 years, and it's not going to help our community. So I think that we need to recognize that RCTC, WRCOG are not going to provide the funding that the pass area needs, and that we have to go out and be proactive, put together a cooperated effort. We need to put together a plan of where we're going to seek funding. I think we need to look for funding from state, federal, other sources, and not rely on RCTC. I think if we move in that direction and we get our neighbors to come along with us, and we move in the direction of we're presenting projects as a four-city effort. I'm counting Morongo as a city, but a four-agency effort along with the county. RCTC will come around at that point, because at some point RCTC is going to see that we're moving forward without them, and at that point they're going to want to be able to chalk up another win in transportation projects. So I just think that if we can impress upon our neighbors that RCTC is not going to provide the funding that we need to continue the growth that's coming in. This is one of the highest growth areas in the county. And I think to reach out to our neighbors and impress upon them that we want to work with them. And as City Manager Pardon said, we understand that we have to each prioritize a couple of projects that are important to us, and then we have to work together to get the project that's the most important to the pass area as a whole, regardless of whose city it is. So I welcome this, and I think it's a great step. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem White. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, so, well put, Mayor Pro Tem. It really is going to be an effort for all of us to work together. You should play that recording of the meeting when you go and talk to them, and you as well, because it really does spell out what happens if you end up all fighting for the same resource, no one ends up getting it, and we don't make any progress. So the plan is very thorough, it's very logical, it makes sense for all the stakeholders involved. It gives each an opportunity to course, to plot their course for the region. It isn't a just me approach. Everybody gets to see the projects that everybody is looking forward to, and then help prioritize as a unified group. But it is going to be a test. It is going to be a test of the commitment of these neighboring cities to work together for the greater good. I am hopeful, but this is going to be a true test as far as the first step in working together. But I think the more that we can convince the others to see, and it is not going to take much. They can look at the RCTC, and they're on those boards, so they realize the prioritization has gone away from the small cities, and it's been noted. So hopefully, as long as we can all agree on that, we can make that first step. So I'm fully in support. I think it's long overdue. I think this might be that catalyst to get us going and working together, and I'm hopeful. You got a big task in front of you, Mayor, but
Yeah.
It's definitely a worthy cause, so I definitely support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Is he okay? Councilmember Santos?
Okay, I'll jump in here. That was a good report, Todd. And yeah, we initiated, last December on this. Everybody was on board the time that they initiated and we initiated. Everybody really excited about working together on this. And we still, and Todd, put together all the essential, things that we need to do. And on the funding side, we look on the SCOG, funding, and there's state and federal available for this kind of project. And they call it sustainable, community. And Todd mentioned about we missed it on February. There's coming up on November, and I'm glad that we're jumping on this. And there's a big chunk of funding for this, the projects, the transportation, and the development on the immediate community like Calamase, Beaumont, and Banning. So I hope I know they will join us on this kind of project, and so we will not miss the opportunity to have a one solid community in here. And that's the thing that I like to tell our neighbor. I mean, I love our neighbor. I mean, going in there, I will not mention all those individuals on Calamasa and Banning. And I like to work with you, and Mayor Mike Lara will really, tie up everything in here for the benefits of our one community in here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn, you have any comments you'd like to make?
I just wanted to support the idea. I kind of foresee this, adding to your schedule a bit, and so it might be some time-consuming project, but I think well worth the effort. And I think that as we rotate around as mayor in the future, that we can expect to fill that role and continue that effort on, because this is going to be a multi-year project. So, but I support it as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Finn. Yeah, no, I think the plan is very detailed. One of the things I hope we can avoid with this plan is what you see as you head south or out of the county, where you have a hodgepodge of different projects that have been put forth, as Mayor Pro Tem White touched on, and they don't consider the overall traffic movement. And so you move, and then it gets congested and it moves. And our goal here with this, obviously, is to consider the entire corridor and do projects that keep that traffic moving throughout the corridor, so you don't have the hangups like you have in other areas. And so I'm hopeful that we can do this and work with our neighbors. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to do that. As Councilmember Finn touched on, this is going to be a long-term project, and multiple mayors, and we'll all have the opportunity to continue working with our neighbors, but I'm hopeful to see how this goes. So with that, look for a motion.
Mayor, I'll move that we accept the Interstate 10 Corridor Strategic Plan concept and authorize Mayor Lara to coordinate with area stakeholders to secure formal support for this cooperative effort.
I'll second. May I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. With that brings us to action item 15, 2021 legislation tracking list. Staff report by Mr. Kyle Warsinski.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is the follow-up to the legislative policy that was done at the last meeting. This is your 2021 legislation tracking list. So as of February 19th was the cutoff for bills to be introduced for this legislative session. A whopping 2,369 bills were introduced this year, so there's a lot to chew on, if you will. Staff has been currently reviewing and analyzing the various bills that have impacts on us, so on us as the city, positively or negatively. So out of those almost 2,400 bills, obviously they're across the gamut in terms of the different specialties and laws that they create or amend or alter. So we've identified a list of bills that we feel will either positively or negatively impact the city, and then have also identified other pieces of legislation that we would be interested in watching or evaluating as time goes on. So attachment A, as part of your agenda packet, highlights those different bills that staff has reviewed. And the position as contained within that outline represents staff's recommendation of a position for city council to take. After tonight's meeting, that position tab from now on will reflect what city council's position is and no longer staff's recommendation. So I just wanted to make that clear for people that may have reviewed it and said, well, how have you already taken positions? Probably should have put recommended position on there in retrospect, so I apologize for that. But at this point in time, that's staff's position that we would recommend that city council go with, or if there's not consensus or unanimous support for our recommendations, then we'll go ahead and alter that and go with the way that council directs. Many of the local government bills are evaluate because they really don't jive with the city council platform. So they're very unique bills, like the broadband for all or the local government pandemic relief. Our policy didn't really get into COVID stuff, right? Because it's somewhat of a one-time scenario. Same with the Keep California Working Act, those types of things. So while we try to match staff's recommendation with the city council legislative platform, in this scenario, because of unique ones, we weren't able to do that. So we really had to go through and evaluate them one by one and then propose what we feel would be important. I do want to note for the portion of my staff report that we have included public safety on the legislative tracking list, but you do have that item up next on your agenda. And whatever positions that city council chooses or doesn't choose to go with in terms of public safety on the next agenda item, we will simply compile and include on the one tracking list on behalf of the city as we move forward. So I'm not going to go into each and every one of these unless city council desires to do so. And if you want to go over specific ones, myself as well as Christina Taylor from planning, who has headed up the real majority of the housing bills, are able for questions, comments, or insight for whatever that is worth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warsinski. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, so with that, I will open it up for council discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir, Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, I'm not following these directly myself, and I do have a question on AB 37, the vote by mail ballots. Kyle, can you give me a quick just rundown on that, what the main bill is, and maybe in a sentence or two?
Of course. So AB 37, vote by mail ballots out of Assemblymember Berman. So current law required county elections and officials to mail a ballot to every registered voters for the 2020 statewide general election. Existing law for that election also required county elections officials to use specified Secretary of State vote by mail tracking system or a system that meets the same specs. This bill would extend those requirements to all elections moving forward by requiring county elections officials to mail a ballot to every registered voter and to take other actions. This bill would impose a state mandated local program. So it basically takes the unique COVID 2020 election and mail ballots to every single person and carries that forward, as opposed to I believe the only people that received mail ballots before were absentee voters, and every other registered voter was expected to vote in person.
Okay, and then what would be the reason for the city's support for that?
You know, on this one, I'm going to have to defer to Nicole, as she's our election representative for that. I think she may have some insight on that. If not, I can pontificate.
From the data that we got from Riverside County, after the election, the turnout was greater than any year prior. And so they're attributing that to the mail-in ballot, and it being more accessible. So because of that and because of the turnout of the election, with the amount of voters that turned in a ballot, that's why we spoke in support.
Okay, any consideration on election integrity in making that decision?
We did not receive any sort of complaints or formal, I guess, concerns regarding the mail-in ballot process. So we have no concerns with it.
Okay, thank you. And then question on, I'm trying to look at the right number here. SB 765 with the dwelling setback, is that just changing the setback maybe to the property line and maybe lessening it so you have a better chance of putting an ADU on the property?
So I can speak to AB 765. What that does is, in theory, it's an attempt to return some control back to local governments. When the ADU law changed, the state said a city or county can only require a maximum of a 4-foot setback for an accessory dwelling unit. This is saying if you have an accessory dwelling unit ordinance in place as of January 1, 2020, so a year ago, then you can now, as the city, you specify your own setbacks. You can go back to how it was before the legislation changed. If you didn't have an ADU ordinance in place, then you would be stuck with the 4-foot maximum required setback. So from my position in planning, I would oppose this unless they take out the ADU ordinance requirement. A lot of cities right now are updating their housing elements, us included, and along with that will likely come a significant amount of information that will govern and help the ADU process along. And so, you know, I think the intent here is somewhat good, but I think because of a lot of the changes that are still taking place, leaving that requirement to have had the ADU ordinance in place is a little bit detrimental to cities that are still working through the process.
Okay, so then if, for example, if Beaumont said the minimum requirement was 6 feet prior to that, then it would remain at 6 feet.
Right,
As
correct.
an example. Okay, thank you. All right, just in general, I'm going to throw my thoughts out there. I'm okay with the information that's there on that sheet, but personally, I would not support AB 37. So I would go against the city staff's recommendation on that personally. If the rest of council wants to chime in, I'd love to hear them. Don't want to make a political debate about it, but that's where I stand personally on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Finn. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, and I would have to, on that note, support the AB 37. You know, we've heard a lot about fraud and the claims and everything's been proven to be outrageously wrong. No fraud has ever been found, and it's been proven that in our county. So, you know, this whole false claims of fraud is just too rampant across our country. We even have cities that are actually putting legislation to limit and suppress voting. So I'm entirely supportive of that keeping on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Santos?
No, I don't have any issue in that.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yeah, I am in support of every issue in the direction the city's taking. I want to make a comment on the public safety. I know we're going to hear from the chief in the next item about some feedback on some of the legislation. I would also like to ask that we formally ask our Police Officers Association if they would like to comment on these items before we move any of those out of evaluate into taking a position just to get feedback from rank and file as well as management. So if everyone else is comfortable with that, I would like to at least put that offer out. If POA chooses not to comment, that's their choice, but I at least want to include them in the debate. And again, not to get too political, but I don't know how you talk about elections in this time frame without being political. I disagree with a lot of what Mr. Martinez brought up, and we really don't have we're not in a position to go into a debate of what was proven, what was not proven. I have very little confidence in the integrity of our elections. We have ballot harvesting in the state of California that in many states is illegal. And I think by providing, I would argue that the increase in participation in the 2020 election, a lot had to do with who was running and what direction the two parties wanted to take. And I think that had a lot to do with it. Right now, if you're not aware, there's a very public argument or public debate going on between our district attorney, who is concerned about the integrity of our legislation or our elections in the county of Riverside, and the registrar of voters, who is going back and forth with what needs to be done and what shouldn't be done. So I think there's no reason to really go into much more argument about this, because I think our policy was that if we didn't have a consensus, that we were not, actually, I think it was more than a consensus. If we didn't have a unanimous agreement on taking positions on these issues, that we would not. So I'm going to support and stand with Councilmember Finn, and I believe that we should oppose. Actually, I'm not even going as far to say oppose, but I will not support AB 37. I'm also concerned when you send out ballots to every election, that includes special elections, and that includes elections where most people aren't going to vote anyways. And that cost I don't know that it's addressed in here. That cost is not going to be borne by the county. It's going to be borne by the cities, because the county is going to pass that cost on down to the cities. And it just is another local mandate that's unfunded. So I am I'm going to go along with Councilmember Finn and recommend that we do not support AB 37, and that since there is some objection on the other side from Mr. Martinez, that we also do not vote to oppose it either, but just move it to evaluate.
Okay. The AB 37, the concern that I have with that is the potential cost to a city for doing that, for mailing out the ballots, or especially in the primaries where you don't have as many people who are involved or as interested in those, and still mailing out ballots to everyone. So I would like to have that evaluated, move to evaluate, to ensure, or just to see what that cost is to the local cities, which is a concern of mine as far as budgeting for that process. On the AB 765, I would, based on Ms. Christina's input, I think we would move that to evaluate, just to see if there's any movement on that in the future. I do like the fact that they are giving some of the control back to the cities, but it's far from a perfect bill, and would like to see further evaluation on that as well. Those are my comments. So moving forward, do we just have direction, or do we have consensus on it?
Yes, sir. So if I could just clarify, so with the exception of AB 37 and SB 765, so we leave this table as identified, and then we move those two from support to evaluate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Kyle and Christina.
Thank you.
All right, that moves us to action item 16, the law enforcement legislative update. And Chief, You may want to address the comments that Councilmember White, or Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem White had made as well, if you would, please.
Absolutely. So in 2015, the Beaumont Police Department began really reinventing and reforming itself from some past practice. And when you're able to do that with the right team in place and the city leadership, you can control your own destiny. And I think what happened here in the state of California was, as a profession, it didn't catch up, it didn't stay modernized. And so, you know, this legislative train has left the station. And so what we're trying to do in Cal Chiefs is to lead the way, which is Cal Chiefs' official platform for legislation. So I'm not asking this council to take a position. We don't even know how many of these bills will even exist. I'm tracking 46. Many of them are duplicated by different legislators who I think want to get their name on a bill. But they're so closely, they're going to be merged and taken, and some won't get out of committee. So, you know, but having said that, of the 46 I'm looking at, there's a few I'm going to point out that are significant. Now, what Cal Chiefs is doing is they're working very closely with PORAC. And PORAC is the rank and file association for our police officers, you know, from sergeant down, typically. Sometimes lieutenants are in the mix, depending on the size of the department, but generally that's the rank and file. And so we're combining, because some legislation is so reckless, like we saw last year, that we combine with the State Sheriff's Association, Cal Chiefs, PORAC, and then, of course, the Highway Patrolman Association. Others, we may have competing interests. And so when I look at a bill such as decertification, I support that if it's crafted intelligently in a way that I can still protect the officers and provide public safety for this community. But I could see where many unions would oppose decertification altogether. And that's where we would really be licensed like other professions. And if you violate certain policies or certain laws, you could lose your certification to be a police officer in this state. And many states have that. And so as a chief, you know, I really work to instill the values, the ethics, the leadership in my personnel, to the point where if I was to give them an order that was contradicting to what they know to be right, they would know to disobey that order. And then, of course, they have access to the city manager. You know, that's the program we want in Beaumont. But, you know, so decertification is going to be important because I need to get rid of some bad actors if they arise. I'm happy to announce that we don't have those in our organization. And I can say that wholeheartedly. We have an outstanding police force. So having said that, I'm not here tonight to say, hey, let's take a position. In fact, if you look at the 5 years that or so I've been the chief, I rarely come to you and ask you to take a position on a bill. In fact, I think the last thing was a proclamation supporting the trying to overturn. It was keeping California safe and Retail Act, right? Trying to undo some of the bad legislation from a few years ago. But rarely, because I'll work through Cal Chiefs, and at times I differ from Cal Chiefs. You know, Beaumont is its own city. We're unique. We have our own needs. For example, as a chief, I issue CCWs. Because in Northern California, which is a whole nother animal from Southern California, Cal Chiefs doesn't take a position on that, but I actively believe in community policing and arming responsible residents. With that being said, so just because Cal Chiefs, you have a list here and Cal Chiefs may support or oppose or watch, it doesn't necessarily mean that's my position or a position you should take. What it means is, what we need to really be doing is watching all these and seeing what survives committee and which ones get merged and then which ones are really dangerous and getting behind those. I will also work, you know, for last year, we were dealing with some very significant legislation that was detrimental. And so I worked with Assemblymember Mays and of course our Senator Morrell, but he was outgoing. And so we reach out as chiefs and work with our local state legislators as well to, you know, if anything, if you can't stop it, then at least get some friendly amendments to it, right? Something that's livable. And so with that, we're looking at a few significant ones that I think are going to stick around. And it's AB 17, peace officer disqualification, which is if you committed a certain crime in the military, if that was found to be a felony in California, you couldn't be a police officer. We're watching that. There's a peace officer, another use of force bill, really taking up the requirements of interceding in a partner's use of force and how you report it. That's AB 26. We're going to be opposed to that. And then, of course, AB 48, you know, prohibiting us from using kinetic energy projectiles or chemical agents on crowd dispersal. And, of course, I couldn't be more opposed to that because those tools save lives. You know, you pretty much strip all of our tools and leave us with just a firearm. It's counterproductive to what we're trying to do in the state. And then, of course, AB 60 is going to be our decertification. And then AB 89, this is one to truly watch. We'll talk more about this in a couple of months. We're going to be opposed. This is one where they're trying to raise the minimum age of working as a police officer. So right now you have to be 21. They would raise it to 25 unless you had a bachelor's degree. And you know, by the time you're 25, you've worked 5 years, you're 30, your body you don't recover from the type of shift work and the physical altercations and the jumping and the running. This will limit how we're able to recruit. Meaning, if you serve your country in the military at 18 and you come out at 22, you need to wait another 3 years before you can serve in California as a deputy sheriff or police officer. That's insane. These are public servants in their heart. And so many of them come out and serve it again locally. With that, again, I certainly don't have any objections to the POA or, you know, the police management. My police management, you know, I'll discuss these bills and get input on certain things, but truly they won't come before you, my management team, but the POA certainly has that opportunity. I do encourage them to stay active. Don't just rely on PORAC like I do not rely just on Cal Chiefs to inform me. Stay informed. Know what your members, you know, for example, when I broke from Cal Chiefs and you all supported having public safety dispatchers reclassified as first responders. Cal Chiefs was opposed because there was some cost behind it, but it opens up mental health benefits to our dispatchers who are often the most neglected unsung heroes because they take the first phone call, they hear things at their worst, the officers resolve it, but the dispatcher never gets closure. And so the psychological impact on our dispatchers is, you know, so significant. It's a little different than our police officers, but it can be just as significant or worse. And so oftentimes, like I said, I'll break from Cal Chiefs. I encourage our POA. When I see something that really looks dangerous, we meet, I let them know. But you know, I think it would be good for them. So far, to date, the POA and I have not had conflicts on legislation. And with that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. We have any comments, public comments on that?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No, no one on the line.
Okay, since we have no public comments, I'll turn it over to council for discussion.
Yeah, again, thank you, Chief, for bringing the information in. And I agree on your concept that many of these bills are not going to make it or they're going to merge. And probably 6 months from now, we'll be talking about we've now switched from opposed to support or whatever. And I do support a lot of what you do here. I just want more information.
Absolutely.
And I think that, again, if I've talked to POA too and asked them to become more involved.
Right.
And if they want to, I just want to open the door for the opportunity for them to become more involved. And then when we don't have all sides and we have to make a decision to support or oppose, you know, we're hampered because we don't have all the information, but that's not on us if we've given them the opportunity. So, again, thank you. And I think it would be helpful to get input from rank and file also on whatever bills they want to provide input.
Right.
And they may come in and say, this guy's brilliant, he's got all the right answers, and we're good to go. So.
That's good. No, I agree. We want the input. They need to take the initiative to come in and give us that input, so that's good.
I'm not saying you're not brilliant.
That's fine.
Good. Looks like we're good, Chief. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So we're, need a motion to receive and file. I'll go ahead and make the motion to receive and file.
Mayor, I'll move to receive and file.
I'll second.
You guys are mixing me up. Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. And Mr. Nicole, if you would, please, I think we need to put Mr. Pinckney.
Yes, this
In a
matter involves my
timeout?
law firm, so I'm recusing myself from this item.
Let me know when you're ready, Nicole.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us to action item 17, city attorney invoices for the month of February 2021. Recommended action. Do we have any public comment on this?
I have no written comments. Katie, do we have anyone on the line?
No, no callers.
I'll look for a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve invoices in the amount of $79,714.17.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That brings us to council reports. We'll go ahead and we'll go in order again. Mr. Councilmember Santos, please.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I'd like to, say thank you on the Economic Development Committee. We had a meeting last week, and Kyle, that was brilliant, and with Rob Moran made the presentations on his, Riverside economic, development on that office, and we pick up a lot. I mean, a good thing to share those informations, and also, on SCAG, RENA, which is the regional housing needs allocation, has been approved. I mean, this month, and so there will be a lot of information coming from us, and I'm glad that Miss Christina Taylor will be having I think a Zoom this coming Thursday at 6 o'clock. I will encourage public to join that, and I think there will be a lot of good information on that, especially on the allocations on the housing elements on that, and I will encourage everyone to join that on that meeting. So again, I'd like to thank all our staff and the council doing so well on on this stage, and then we're going to tiers red, so that will be a good thing in our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Santos. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you. I also attended the Economic Development Committee meeting on the 10th, and something that stood out to me was they talked about a partnership with Destination Branding. you think of areas of the country and even areas within the state where multiple cities work together for, like the Temecula wine country or Napa Valley and, that sort of stuff. That maybe that's something that can be a lesson learned to help us to grow the San Gorgonio Pass and get more businesses and vacationers and so forth. So I thought that was interesting. I also attended the finance and audit meeting on the 8th. I'm sure we'll get a report on that. And then I also attended the Transportation Now meeting that we had on the 4th. We had an update on banning transit from Melissa Williams, and she spoke highly of the relationship that we have between our two cities. And so a shout out to Elizabeth Gibbs on helping that to blossom between the two cities and working together on that and helping Melissa come up to speed. She's only been with the city for just a few months. And there's also an update on the Transportation Now chapters throughout the region on what the other groups are up to and how their meetings are conducted, what their agendas include, and kind of a review on that to help us with our committee meetings, to help us to consider what to discuss and how to move forward and to better our meetings as well. And then future topics on that, there will be a presentation by RTA on microtransit. That will be in April. South Coast Air Quality will have a presentation in May, and Sunline Transit will do a presentation in June. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Finn. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I attended the Finance and Audit Committee on the 8th, and we'll be having an update by our treasurer, I'm sure. I want to congratulate new member Cesar Marufo and welcome him to the committee. I'm very proud of our committee. Our members are very motivated, very eager to serve and to do the work that they were tasked to do. And it's very appreciative to know that we have those community members that are that motivated and involved. So I want to thank our committee for all they do and continue to do. We've had 2 meetings with the Small Business Ad Hoc Committee. We've excellent progress. We're rounding the conclusion of the final round 2 of our disbursements. And we will be wrapping up that assistance program coming up here shortly. And I won't go too much into report. I'm not sure if Kyle's going to report on that or the city manager. But was very proud to see our turnout and what we've done with that. So we'll have some details for you on that. Let's see. And lastly, I just want to congratulate Councilmember Santos on your re-election to SCAG on the divisional representative for Riverside County. We just got the email, and thank you for that. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And that is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez, would you mind giving us a little bit update on the Finance and Audit Committee? Mr. Giannetti is unavailable this evening. He had emailed us.
Well, I wasn't prepared for that.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine.
My notes for that.
Yeah, he said he'd come and do it at the next meeting.
Okay, we'll do
that's
that.
fine.
I don't
Thank
want
you
to
very
misspeak.
much. All right. Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yeah, nothing really on the meetings to report. The RCTC meeting was more to approve some of the things I already told you about that came out of the Budget Implementation Committee. And but I do want to remark that tonight has really been, for me, it's been a big night. I mean, we're putting money into the Second Street, which is something that we've been arguing for a couple of years at least. I think it'll have a big impact on what's going on. I think the I-10 Corridor Cooperation Project and the fact that we still have representative in SCAG, which is going to help. But I think it's important that we continue to push that forward and get our neighbors on board with that and show them that it's going to benefit them as much as it will benefit us. And putting money into the parks and some of the other things that we're doing tonight just was a really good night, even though I think Baker's is closed by now. So I might have to go to Del Taco for dinner. But anyways.
No pressure, Mayor.
Nothing against Del Taco, but
yeah, you go.
Still in Beaumont, so.
Ooh,
Still dining local.
The one that's close to us is not in Beaumont.
Oh, that one's out? I thought it.
No, it's in Calamasa.
Oh, you're going that way. They'll
Yeah.
talk over the
All right.
Yeah, I
I'll,
thought you were gonna-
whatever I do, I'll stay in Beaumont.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
dine
all we
local,
need.
buddy.
Let's see, In-N-Out, Raisin Canes,
Yeah.
Jersey
Exactly.
Mike's.
Yes,
Such-
He
yes.
lives-
Three, 4
He
hours,
lives the other
man.
direction though.
If I can ask for one thing in the city manager report, because you brought it up, can you just give us an update, or maybe the mayor can, on Ulta, and my family wants to know about, my wife and daughter want to know about Ulta,
Yeah.
and what's happening with the movie theater. Everyone's asking me about that, so if either one of you could, the mayor or the city manager could enlighten me on what's going on there, it would help me at home. Thank you.
So you can get your cosmetics that,
And
Let's not go there, okay?
okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem White, I appreciate that. And again, congratulations, Councilmember Santos, for being the 3rd District Representative. For the next part of my closure, I'd have, what do you call it, some props.
you gonna give props or you have props?
So,
Oh,
I am doing this because we have a joint special event coming up on April 2nd. It is the HOP. It'll be a drive-in. It's $10 per carload, and we are working this together with our Parks and Rec along with Beaumont Cherry Valley Park and Recreation. You can buy tickets at beaumontca.recdesk, or you can go to the city's website, and there should be a link on there for you to click. There are still, cars are still a space available. I'd also like to bring up the Operation Egg Drop, which is occurring March 27th and 28th. Very successful program. It is full, unfortunately, but very excited that the Park and Rec is going through all the trouble of setting up these events, so I do want to advertise for them. And that concludes my council comments. Thank you.
Mayor, before you take that off, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Just remember, Mayor.
Got to support staff.
Just remember, Mayor Pretend, that's you next year.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we expect the same.
Exactly. If not better.
Tradition has now been started.
You have
Thank
to
We've got
beat
the
that.
bunnies
Mayor
coming.
Pro Tem, you have to beat that. man.
Yep.
That's right. Gonna be tough.
I could see that picture showing up on somebody's campaign ad.
And remember, you're no bunny until some bunny loves you. Thank you.
Oh.
I'll be here all night. Okay, that brings us to the economic development update. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So at the last Economic Development Committee meeting, as two of the council members alluded to, we did receive an inspired presentation on behalf of Riverside County Business and Community Services, which is also known as the former EDA from Riverside County, on the different programs and items and action items that they have currently and what other things that they're focusing on into the future. So that was a very good presentation. As it relates to the business grant program that the two council members that sit on the Small Business Assistance Committee alluded to, we did finalize round 2's funding yesterday, and we got all that paperwork over to the finance department in order to start funding those out. So the city received in total 38 applications from local businesses. Through our review process, some were disqualified due to not meeting the criteria. Like we had one that was from Cherry Valley and another one that has not had a valid business license in some years. So those were like automatic disqualifications. We had others that never got around to completing their applications as they were incomplete. They were missing critical items that we needed to review and evaluate as part of the process. We did reach out to those companies multiple times and did not receive a response. So those went in the regret file. And then we are happy to say that 17 businesses did fully qualify and are going to be funded with that small business grant in the amount of $3,000. And staff did reach out to them today to send them a copy of their approved agreement, their funding agreement, and 2, to let them know that they should be receiving those funds via city check within the next 7 to 10 business days. So we're very happy about the response on that, and also pleased to be able to help some of these businesses that have truly struggled during year 2020. And with that, that concludes my EDC report, unless you'd like me to somewhat chime in on Mayor Pro Tem's Ulta and the movie theater, or I can defer to the city manager.
Is that okay?
No, I'd like to hear from
If you
Kyle.
would, please, Kyle.
So I do not have any definitive timeline for Ulta, although the number of calls into my office have been somewhat encouraging. I believe that Ulta is nearing completion with the city itself in terms of its permitting process, passing final inspections, and receiving its certificate of occupancy, as well as its business license. I think the business license is one of the last outstanding items in order for them to have the C of O and the permission to operate. Driving by the location on Thursday of last week, I noticed that they're currently in stock mode. So that means they're probably not opening this week or maybe next week, but hopefully they open by the end of this month. If not, Ashley and I have found some rumors that they'll open sometime in April. So as soon as I do get word from Ulta, and I'll reach out to them again on a definitive grand opening timeline, I'll be sure to email that out to mayor and council, because I'm sure if I'm getting calls on it, you all are getting calls as well. As it relates to Cinema West, the movie theater out there on 2nd Street, they had paused construction and tenant improvements for quite some time. I think that they're starting up with those. And I've attempted to reach out to them to kind of get a better timeline on their estimated completion date. But definitely they're behind Ulta in terms of their timeline. So I'll go ahead and reach back out with them. And as soon as I get a projected opening date from them, I will definitely share it with mayor and council.
And Planet Fitness?
Planet Fitness is telling us they are planning on opening on Monday. So this next Monday, as we move into red tier officially tomorrow, fitness gymnasiums are allowed to open at limited capacity, but Planet Fitness has at least told us that they're going to be opening on Monday.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kyle, appreciate that update. As I indicated, the treasurer's report, we will have that next meeting. Brings us to the city clerk report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to second what Nicole said during the discussion about the elections. There is no evidence, zero evidence of fraud in the city or the county when it comes to elections. It used to be, when I was growing up and a long time thereafter, it was a general consensus in this country that the more people who participated in the electoral process, the more people who got out and vote, the better it was for the country. I don't know when this suddenly became a partisan issue, but it disappoints me deeply. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to our city attorney's report.
Just briefly, Your Honor, the cases that are pending against the city include Aguirre versus the city of Beaumont. That case has been resolved. And so, as I've mentioned before, it should be coming off the list soon. Christian Lee versus the city of Beaumont. That case is at the pleading stage. Charles Peters versus the city of Beaumont. We had prevailed on a demur in that case on all causes of action. The case was dismissed in favor of the city. Mr. Peters appealed the case, and it's currently at the briefing stage. Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters versus the city of Beaumont. That case is also at the pleading stage. It's a CEQA case that was filed by the Carpenters Association challenging the general plan update. And we were served with a First Amendment petition yesterday in that case, so it's still relatively early on. And then in addition to those cases that are pending against the city, We have cases that the city is pursuing against third parties. And the first one is Beaumont versus Urban Logic, and also Torcal and Kiernan McKiernan. And so those cases, the ULC case is in the discovery phase. The case against Torcal and Kiernan McKiernan, they were added to the case, and those claims against Torcal and Kiernan McKiernan are at the pleading stage. And in fact, there have been several demurrers filed by the attorneys for Torcal and Kiernan McKiernan. The last of which was argued yesterday in court. And then Beaumont has also filed a claim against AIG. That was the carrier that provided the theft and dishonesty policy during a prior administration. And so the city made a claim under that policy. The claim was not honored, and so a lawsuit was filed against AIG. And then Beaumont versus Norton Rose, that case is moving into, or I should say, is in the discovery phase. And so we're now in the process of trying to schedule some depositions. And that's my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. That brings us to our city manager report, infamous Todd Parton.
Oh, wow, thank you. What an honor, Mayor. I appreciate that. So I just want to congratulate everybody. I feel like a very proud parent because I feel like I'm raising a wonderful council. You've all earned a Dr. Pepper and a slice of pecan pie because you talked about the 10 corridor strategy, and not once did a single one of you say the 10. So I just want to congratulate you. You sound like native Texans here pretty quick. So I'm very proud, very proud. The other issue is that with the school opening, the vaccination clinic that's been held over at San Gregorio Middle School, we're working with the county to relocate that vaccination center to the Chatney Center. So we're working on that. So there'll be information that should go out on that here pretty quick. So I think that's really good news. And then finally, I think a big congratulations go to Mr. and Mrs. Laura for a new addition to their family. So
yes, thank you.
Granddaughter number 2 is here.
All right.
So congratulations.
Ember Jade.
So how many days, how many pounds?
Gosh, 5 days. She was 6 pounds, 15 ounces, 19 inches long.
Wonderful. And sleeping every minute, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
So congratulations.
The only one who is in that household right now. So,
well, congratulations. That
thank you very
concludes my
much.
report. Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
That brings us to future agenda items.
Mayor, can I add one item quickly?
Yes, Councilmember Santos.
Okay, I'd just like to add this on the Grace Avenue. We completed that, right? The Grace
Only if you
Avenue.
count having a nice thick layer of asphalt over compacted base with some AC curbs on it, AC dikes, then yes, that would be complete, sir.
Okay, it's beautiful.
All right.
I encourage you to visit and drive on that, Grace Avenue.
All right.
But although,
And they said the people on the Barrio District, they said thank you so much for us. I mean for the council and also especially the staff. I could name it Todd Pardon, Christine Day, and Jeff Hart on this project. Thank you so much.
I did have to tell Mr. Santos to stop driving down the street. He's wearing it out too fast. So he needs to take it easy.
No, the benefits the area. I mean, that's great.
Yeah. Seeing that we have no agenda items requested, I will adjourn this meeting at 9:25 p.m.
Very good.
So you're saying the drive-throughs closed at Baker Street?
What was it, 2 meetings ago?
Yeah.
I went in because I use the app now. I don't know if you use the app.